Hey everybody, welcome to Massive Fran Art Stream. Today is Wednesday, the August 6th. It's a nice, warm, not too hot day. It was fairly cool out. I was out and about at my day job tackling some stuff, but it wasn't too horrible. Kind of just, had to tackle some, mostly a bit of housekeeping before needing to deal with, I suppose, just life. Hope everyone's doing well. I'm doing pretty okay. Today I'm fiddling around with a few scans before I actually get to the deeper art stuff. I've kind of just been living life, trying to write more often, and this has kind of just been the result. Kind of just getting myself to just do my life as I get ready for doing more of my day job stuff, and kind of just editing these scans because they're I just did these sketches while I was at work, kind of doing the refresher for drawing, and I kind of just wanted to just get these scans down just to have them in a sense of, maybe I can refer to them back. Because usually I tend to just have these scanned someplace where I kind of just fiddle about with them. I don't like these scans I made because they're not as flat and consistent as I want it to be. The cat's kind of like got folded. I don't like this, but I'll live with it. Kind of gotta nudge this some more. Now I just need to crop this a bit more because I was kind of just doodling some ideas with some cat classes just because it just came to my head. I wish I could figure out a way to kind of just get Photoshop to kind of just be down here. So I liked it best when it was just down here. Fucking hell. I need you more precise, damn it. Oh well. But yeah, I could post this, but it's one of those things where it's one of those things where it's just I keep posting sketches and I'm like, does anyone actually care about these sketches? I never feel happy about all these little sketches, so class sketches. Oh yeah, I've kind of just been living my life fiddling around with I think most of my day just been taken up drawing, mostly fumbling with a bunch of different pig characters, and I drew these characters just yesterday, which is half the reason why that pigskin character came up, was because I'm thinking I could make a team of the pig bombers with Captain Pigskin as like a collection of pig pirates. And this is kind of half an idea of what I want to do with Black Mass is bunch of villain teams and things like that. Of course, they're still developing them, who the fuck they are, what do they do, what's their goals and factions and stuff like that. That's always the rub when it comes to drawing an idea, where it's like, yes, first I come up with a character design, then I come up with a story, and then I get stuck and I never want to bring up this character design again because I can't think of an actual fucking story. Though I am glad that I'm glad that I think when I first thought of Captain Pigskin, if you follow me on Blue Sky, I recently posted a character design that I actually drew last year, but it's only today that I colored it, of a character named, wait, don't I have, yes I do. Yeah, I have my design Captain Pigskin. I recently posted this and I recently flat colored this. I could probably make you a little bit more loose there, but recently flat colored this design and sent it out online because I just had nothing done. I just wanted some tiny victory, so this morning I basically just flat colored this, and yeah, it's all right. He's kind of okay with that. I wish I could figure out a way to kind of just get him a bit more sickly looking. And his face looks pretty plain, but I'll live with that. His jacket could probably be have a bit more sauce with this, but now the general concept of, you know, a pig character, because I literally just thought the name Pigskin. I thought, okay, what Pigskin sounds like a character who would be like a serial killer-esque type character. And then I was like, okay, yeah, that would also be a cool idea for a pirate Cole would go against. So, lo and behold, I basically just went with what's essentially a maybe a slasher villain pirate. Yeah, it's kind of one of those things where, is this the right? Okay, it's like, wait a minute. Yeah, a little bit of a slasher villain character. And the beginning of the end of it was character with a bunch of skin grafts on him, and that's about it. And now I have to think about what's his actual MO in general, and I completely freeze on that. And it's also half the reason why I will design some cool ass character design and they'll never show up again. It's literally because I can't think of an actual story with them, and I just fold like a freaking not a bottle of cards, but I just fold like a suit of cards and just, yeah, let me get rid of the filter. I just fold like a cheap suit, and it never actually amounts to anything specific because I just, you know, nothing about them I'm able to think about makes this strong enough. And then I just have the design and then I just throw it away because it is what it is. I think to the point I feel like I should just make adoptables at this point, because it's clear that I'm not doing shit with these character designs. I mean, they'll probably show up in the game, but it's like making the game takes forever. I mean, the latest news on Black Mass is, you know, my program managed to get a save system working, so, you know, now there's general save stuff, so that's pretty nice. It's mostly a matter of, you know, we have both a system of being able to save wherever we want, or, you know, there's actual checkpoint system, and now we gotta actually factor the level design and figure out what would actually work for what we're going for. Because, you know, again, I don't know, I know a whole lot of fuck all myself about game design, other than, yeah, look at this cool character and I make this animation with this behavior in mind, or this like character fighting style in mind, and the actual gameplay are just suggestions, and then everything else is mostly just you know, whatever level design Adams does, I kind of just go with, because maybe it'll work, maybe it won't. I'm not gonna know until I actually play it myself. He has not sent me a build lately, so I am flying blind with simple backgrounds and know, that's kind of just how that goes. I'll just save you here. I did want to have more disjointed colors with this, but I realized that he has so much detail that ain't gonna work. Still, yeah, I'm kind of just meandering in general, just fiddling about. Let's see. Oh shoot, this should have been... Oh yeah, that's why I put that design in there, because it's sort of supposed to be a tattoo-ish type thing. Yeah, tattoo. So sort of a, so I think this design was supposedly a, like a skin tattoo. Yeah, like push it redder. Yeah, it's supposed to be like a more dark skin tattoo. And apparently it'll be him able to, like, he grafts it on himself and the pattern looks as if it's a tattoo, but really it's just him grafting a vague like shape and style of his emblem, so to speak. Or at least that's the mindset behind this design. There's a bunch of different things with this, so it's mostly me kind of like figuring out, okay, what's his deal? Okay, he has a bunch of skin grafts, probably because he puts skin on his victims. Right, he grafts the cut off skin of his victims and puts it on himself. And I remember there were a few old there was, like, I forget which religion or culture mythology it is, but basically there's a bunch of you know, body sacrifice and skin ritual stuff, and you can create like corpses and body doubles off like actually putting together and stuffing dolls of human skin. And of course there's the Necronomicon, which is a spell book that is bound in human skin. Like, I think the pages are also human skin, but also the leather is human skin. So I think that mindset is where I'm starting with when it comes to Captain Pigskin Jim. So it's literally, I thought of the name, I thought of the design, and now I am slowly and steadily figuring out what the heck he's actually about. So yeah, there's so many. Well, I've kind of just gotten, I have written stuff I wrote on actual in my notes whenever I was at my meetings to kind of see, okay, what's their story, and kind of just figuring out ideas and brainstorming. This sort of has stuff to do with Black Mass in the case of thinking about rogues galleries and things like that, but other than that, so far I have not as much as I want, which honestly bums me out. So a lot of this is, I conceived the idea while I was just bored at work, and a lot of this is me bumbling about, trying to just live my life here. So now I'm kind of like figuring out, okay, maybe we have like a female pig character. The thing is, I made her a Captain Gunpowder or Gun Sour Cherry Bomb or something like that. You know, she has a vague like dominatrix design to her, because I think I initially thought of the bomb pigs first, and then I'm kind of like trying to elaborate on what the heck these designs are going to really be. So yeah, a lot of these designs are just very early on. I don't know what the fuck I'm actually doing until you know, something clicks. So, I mean, the designs, it's there. Like something, yeah, something could work. Because the initial character who looks more like a ball design, I have this as an idea of a re-sprite of Nad's design, where Nad's more of a ball, and then, you know, you will head swap that design to be alternate characters with that. And of course the pig is one of them. Yeah, maybe it'll work, maybe it won't. But yeah, this design, I'd say these two designs were the first ideas of the pig, and then kind of just elaborate on me figuring out who the heck they are. And this one looks the most main character-y, so I'll probably save this design for something more specific. Like save this design for something, I guess, more for a specific character than just this. Oh. Yeah, still fumbling around with a whole bunch of stuff with that. And then I kind of zero on some sticky notes and had some ideas of like a boar character, like something that would fit in that archetype of round character. That's literally just the beginning and end of these thoughts, is make round character. How does round character look? How would I convey round character in pixel art stuff? Because again, I'm conceiving of an idea of a character who looks like a head swap of Nad's sprite. So if you follow me around, I'm currently working on a video game called Black Mask, and one of the mini bosses or super bosses, or just, you know, maybe robot master type bosses, is named Nad, and he's a Tanuki character, and essentially he is a round ball like this. And man, we got a freaking, one sec, let me ban this person. Goodbye. Goodbye. Bada boom. But yeah, I have a what's basically a round character, and I try to figure out, okay, how can I expand on round character? So, you know, this is literally what I've been pondering with that over, I'd say, the last week. And then I scanned this, and now I'm trying to put that together in a giant freaking thing. And then of course I thought of a wacky gimp pig, because the initial, I guess, more anthropomorphic pig was looking a little dommy. So I'm like, okay, we got a dom. How about a sub? And then, you know, kind of just went like that. Obviously, it ain't like obviously going to dive into the big like sex stuff, but kind of that the suggestion of it, where you know, there was a lot of 80s movies where, you know, it was able to get away with a lot of silly censorship through the subtext and things like that, and obviously they were able to stuff things like leather bars and shit like that, kind of conveying the energy of that. But luckily I don't have to completely censor myself of that. Like, if it's absolutely there, I will think about it harder, but I do, at least at the start, try to have that sense of, I guess, what's it? Maybe like a tease, maybe? I'm not even sure how you could explain it, because it's like, it's more interesting to imagine the lewdness than to actually put out that lewdness. It's sort of the, I guess, the stripper logic and stuff like that. You know how like Wolf O'Donnell and Star Fox, or I guess Star Wolf, or the video game Star Fox. Well, if you know and you follow me, you probably know about Star Fox. But yeah, Wolf Will Donald, he's had a vague like a space biker aesthetic to himself, and he probably actually isn't an actual biker. Like, he flies an airplane, he doesn't look like a biker at all, but his design screams biker gang with that. So that's why can I okay, I was like, but yeah, his design screams biker gang with that kind of stuff, and that's kind of how I try to tackle designs with that, like conveying a specific idea and trying to kind of just hit that energy. It's difficult to explain, or it's difficult for me to think about, because what the heck am I actually doing other than, I guess, going through the motions of silly bullshit that I see in my media that I like, and kind of just trying to figure out, okay, why do I like character designing this way? Well, you're something, media, yada yada, and most artists and animators are wacky little horn dog people. I don't know how I can explain it, but that's kind of just how that goes, where it's like you're using culture to kind of you're doing art to convey a world that's pretty interesting, I'd say. And that's kind of one of the things that I try to hunt down when it comes to my work, is how can I make this interesting for me to sketch and things like that. So it's kind of like, okay, it's kind of funny to me to have like both a dom and a sub character like that, and it's vaguely in that like Mad Maxy classic He-Man style thing where everybody looks vaguely like bondage related shit. It's stuff like that. It's difficult to explain, and I don't even know how I can really truly talk about that other than, it's the nature of figuring out character design stuff, and I don't really have any oversight other than my own self-loathing and shame, so yeah. So I'm pretty much just going to just draw what I feel comfortable drawing, and kind of just go off of that until something, But yeah, a lot of these are just me editing some scans. I'll get to some actual proper drawing. Like, I'm gonna be working on some pixel art stuff, plus a little bit of painting. Plus, I want to play more blueprints, because I've been playing that on the side after the initial stream, and kind of figuring it out as I go, and cheating a little, because there were a few times where I looked up solutions because I was just completely stumped. Mostly the safe solutions, really. Like, I kind of just looked up the safe passwords because I'm like, do I really want to deal with this? Because a lot of those solutions are endgame solutions. I'm like, oh boy, it would take me forever to actually deal with that. So, yeah, I didn't. So, it's a little cheap, and I'll try to think about it on my own on stream. I'm not gonna look it up yet, but a tough thing about blueprints is that sorry, taking a drink. A tough thing about blueprints is that a lot of the puzzle solutions won't come up to you unless you draw that room, and you won't really hit puzzle solutions until you hit that room. So, you're never gonna know, like, okay, which rooms will have the right synergies and things like that, or which rooms will benefit from these effects. Like the security room's humongous because you're able to turn off security doors if you don't have the key card. You can also unlock the utility closet, which lets you turn off the power to the security doors, and You know, that in combination with the security room letting you unlock those security doors without needing a key card means that you can essentially go through the security doors no problem. What in the fuck? Oh yeah. Pencil prep layers. Let's just delete this. There we are. And this is a rough idea of the pig ship. I don't even know how I'm going to name it. I've had a million different names of like, okay, what the hell could the ship be named? I don't like the design of these ships because I'm not good at vehicle design. But it's like I want ball shaped in a way. It's tough to say because, yeah, again, I am not good at ship design, and it's literally me forcing myself to figure it out. Come on, give me some more gray, a little less gray. Probably could like rock just these sketches and just paint over this. I could. I really could. It's not like I can't. I guess I'm just so used to keeping these sketches pristine. Piggy pirate ship. And their treasure chests would be little piggy banks. Okay. Actually, what would that be like? Like you have a whole alternate. Let me move this real fast. Like you have like a little okay, so we have like a little piggy bank here. Where's the slot? So the slot would be here, and then probably more of a porcelain type thing. Okay. It may be like a little key, or the nose ring would be a key lock, maybe. I'm literally just doodling an idea, like a piggy bank type thing. Like have like a little tail. Also just using maybe like have this be a little padlock as a nose ring. Maybe something like that. I don't know how I could tackle it. I think that's how it would look. Is it kind of like that? And then you stick coins in here. Yeah, gold. Something like that. It's like the nose is a little padlock. Something in that line. And maybe be like this. Something along that line. I'm again, I am constantly thinking about ideas. Just to figure out what would look good or what would be good. It'd be like a Piggy bank plus treasure chest. Something like that. I don't even know how I could tackle that. It needs more refinement, you know. It needs more refinement, but the idea, at least I got the idea down, is piggy bank thing. Something vaguely pig shaped. I don't know. I'm kind of just throwing stuff at the wall. Throw stuff at the wall because, you know, that's how that goes. I saved this, right? Alright. Just copy you. Yeah, usually I probably will not make a web version of this, but that's kind of just how I do it. I'll make a both a high-res version and a web version, just because, you know, one, I don't want to blow up my website's storage, and two, I kind of feel like I'll just save the high-res art for any art books and things like that. Or at least that's kind of how I see it. Probably isn't much with that, but that's how I tackle a lot of that stuff. And this is ideas of how I can make multiple variants of this bomber pig. So, you know, kind of just figuring out how I can tackle these head shapes and things like that. Something vaguely like something vaguely tough. I don't know how I can explain it. But just a lineup of ladies who don't want to be around you. I don't know. It's tough because I come up with these ideas, I sketch them out, and then when I'm talking about it, I just completely fumble because I don't know how to talk about myself because I'm out of brainstorm mode, and now I'm into, you know, my brain's now in editing mode where I'm fighting against myself to be like, this is a stupid idea, why did you draw this? And it's difficult to really feel like, oh, what you did was totally justified. So, you know, I'm kind of just trying to not beat myself, but beat the self-doubt when it comes to explaining this stuff. Be like, actually, no, I think this was cool when I drew it. Because that's the mindset of what I was doing while I was doing this. I was bored. That's the actual truth, was I was bored of my job. But the other truth is, you know, these characters, I want to elaborate on character design that I was starting to feel was kind of cooking. So that's kind of just how that goes. Of course, I think the one thing that I'm starting to notice, or at least I see myself suffer from, is fancy pose syndrome, where I design a character, they're in a basic standing pose, and that's about it that you'll ever see from them for like months at a time. They're not in alternate poses. I don't even make a turnaround. Like maybe at most I'll make like a front and a back, a 2-view turnaround, and then that's about it. And then it'll be in a fucking black void because I'm fucking creatively bankrupt and I just consume art that doesn't tell a story. I just make character designs, and even with that, I'm such a mid-ass character designer because it's like, okay, you made a standing character. Are you ever going to elaborate on their story? Are you ever going to elaborate on their design of like, okay, who are they as a person? Who are they as a role in the story? What story should they tell? And it's like, with that, it just falls flat because I still have no clue what the story is. So it's like, okay, you don't really have a personality for them, because what are they about? And I constantly just self-critique myself with shit like this, because yeah, you drew something cool, it looks kind of cool, but what are they actually about? I don't know. I don't think about this stuff when I'm sketching them, because usually when I sketch them, they're just there to help me deal with the fact that my life is fucking boring. I think that kind of just leaks into just my work. Is just my character designs look boring because I'm boring. Like, I live a boring life. I don't have much thrills other than, you know, okay, you'll read like some cool article about something and then you'll forget about it because, you know, your life's on the internet. That's kind of just how you consume internet. You'll consume a vague piece of trivia, and maybe as an artist you'll draw something or write something down and be like, oh, this is kind of a nice design. Like Pinterest is one of those I guess syndromes with that, where it's like, I see a cool fashion thing on Pinterest and I'm like, yes, that'd be a cool fashion choice for my character, and I don't think about the context of that fashion choice of the picture. I don't think about anything in terms of, you know, cultural relevancy or, you know, their class consciousness, where it's like, okay, can they afford to dress like this? Do they regularly dress like this? How much time in the day do they spend getting ready? You know, little like stupid fandom jokes like that, with like, you know, people with anime hair being like, oh, you know, they must take a long time in the morning getting up to design their hair and shit like that. And it's kind of that kind of thing where, you know, you have this fashion design and you don't really do shit with that because, you know, I don't know why I say you're when it should just be me, but that's kind of just how I kind of just feel. I crank out designs and I don't do shit with them, and I just don't push myself to storytell more often, because what do I do sometimes, you know? Who knows? Yeah, no. Okay. I'm so scared of losing work sometimes. And of course, I use my auto action, add some prep layers, and then that's how that goes. Yeah, let that be the master, and then push the whites, get that there. There we are. And we can just dig into what I need. I was gonna make like a big compilation thing, but I'll scrap that for just getting some things down. But yeah, a lot of this, I might have this character be either a crew member with Captain Pigskin, or maybe this should be Captain Pigskin and I just design her with the skin grafts herself. That kind of thing. Who knows? I'm just fumbling about. Yeah. Colored Pig Bomber C. Or maybe Captain Gunpowder. Captain Powder, maybe? Maybe. Captain Powder Puff, Powder Keg. Captain. Powder, black powder. Yeah, I'm literally like thinking about this as I go. And powder pig, maybe, who knows? It doesn't matter. I just don't know. I don't know how this is gonna work. I'm improvising really hard because that's how I do live my life. Is a lot of my life is I see what I can do with myself, and if I don't know what to do with myself, I either find work or something just hits. Okay. And I don't know why the hell Photoshop does this to me, where whenever I'm moving something, it ends up wherever I'm moving something, it ends up like going far away, like everything gets completely misaligned, and that drives me bananas, like full on. It drives me to fury sometimes. So it is what it is with that. Fuck. And maybe you should go left and then right. No, you were compositionally better. Combine this. And again, these are a bunch of sketches I drew just all over, just wherever I went. Just wherever I go, it's right there. Let that rock. Blah. Yeah. Maybe a little bit of a stretch here. Just do that. Do I just have that going? Who knows? Yeah, I'll let that rock with this. Call this pig bomber. I have like a little bit of space. I'm just a general concept artist at this point, where I just will put my work as just general ass concept art. So I'll just pig bomber A. Alright. Baby. Nothing crazy long. My tablet's surprisingly warm. Oh, hopefully it doesn't overheat. And this was another idea of like tackling the pig bomber, where it's wearing a giant bright red ball gag with a little flame wick here. I could probably yep. Crop. Do stuff like that. And maybe like I don't know, it's kind of just ends up looking stupid sometimes. Because one, this doesn't really scream bomber overall. I think it was just literally an excuse to just draw a GIMP right after I do some Dom character. You know what? Because I'm a weird champ. Fucking hell. Let's do a little coloring. Because it's come to me. Stupid frickin'. Oh yeah. I don't like any of these brushes at all. Oh yeah, that's why I don't like painting in Photoshop, because it's actually legit like a goddamn nightmare. Because nothing is thick and thin. Fucking hell. Go back to symbol brushes. Just do the fucking thick and thin, and it's not doing the fucking thick and thin. Whatever, it's doing the thick and thin. I just need this to be thick and thin. Oh yeah, I'm so used to clip letting me frickin' like, why am I doing this when I could just make this bright purple, make the GIMP mask purple. I don't know. Have you played with Adobe Fresco? Probably not. I'm still on CS 5.5, and I'm probably never going to work with more Adobe products at all. The thing isn't Fresco on I think Fresco is on iPad and stuff like that. I don't really fiddle with my iPad stuff beyond Procreate. Even then, Procreate's kind of just a pain in the butt to work with. I can't casually sketch digitally, honestly. But it is what it is. But yeah, welcome to the stream. I'm kind of just messing about editing scans, and I'm just now deciding to edit some, I guess this GIMP just because it came up to me. It's literally just, oh, what if I colored this? So I'm coloring this. I probably need to get this a little bit more dark. You fuck. All right, I'll figure that out as I go. Boom, that'll go there. Yeah, Fresco does vector, raster, and sketches are pretty tight. Okay, that's cool. Can it, if it does vector, that means it probably just does like inking and things like that, which is probably what I'd be using more for that and that front. Why isn't, oh yeah, my paint bucket isn't this shortcut. I'm so used to using Clip Studio Paint for my stuff. Where the fuck's paint bucket again? There it is. Of course it aliased it, damn it. I don't use CS5 for much other than editing images. Like just editing scans, editing comic scans, and maybe re-editing tools that images that kind of just show up. But I don't usually use Photoshop for just general drawing, honestly. It's literally whatever's, you know, whatever. If I'm need to do small edits, I'll use Photoshop, but if it's anything else, I just don't like drawing in general with Photoshop. But I think today I was like, I need to at least get this color going. Yeah. Okay, I can do that. Yeah, because I want it dark without being overwhelming. So you have the flame, little matchstick. Oh, fuck. And then we have a freaking bright red ball gag, which is the little cherry bomb. Frick. It doesn't. And that's the general just gist of how the idea I want to do is this weird GIMP character that's supposed to be a pirate but isn't, because I'm just fumbling around at the moment. These are very, very piss poor sketches. And of course, I'm mashing on my key that would pick up my color picker, because I'm used to my color picker being on my X key instead of color swapping all the time. Because I love Clip Studio's pop-up panels. Like usually I'd be coloring like this and just going straight on shortcuts, but because most of my shortcuts aren't set up on Photoshop, it ends up kind of just going, ends up just going wrong. I also really don't like that the zoom doesn't zoom in to where I'm viewing, and I'm like, what the fuck? Oh yeah. And of course, if you press the keys, it doesn't show you the actual freaking thing, and now I'm kind of just like, blah, what am I doing? Come on. Stupid goddamn, come on. Whatever, I'm kind of just this shiny. This ain't working. This is not working at all. Of course, probably skew this color a bit more red since it's closer to flame. Yeah, figuring this stuff out. I probably should have. When I was sketching, I should have put the light source here, but I didn't have the candle there at first. I think I should make this not as saturated so the actual ball gag shows up better. It's supposed to be a bright red bomb that, you know, vaguely looks like a ball gag. Now, brighter red, then you skew it to yellow. Yeah, something along this line. And usually I'll put a pure white light just as a something like this. I don't know. I don't like this at all. I do not like this. I keep the flat at the moment. I'll color on this later. And I'll call this, I'll just save this Photoshop and then edit it in Clip Studio Paint later. Because I'm already far away from what I need to do. So let's just finish getting all these sketches down. Because I already got you. Alright, let me rework this adjustment layer just a bit more. I do not like how I tackled my I do not like casually drawing in Photoshop. I also think I've completely borked these sketches a little. Like this, multiply. Yes, multiply. You're supposed to be multiply. Nudge it just a wee bit more. Say, save a bit on like crop space. And then we'll just save you as a ball pig thumb. Yeah, I have a website, masterfriend.com. Yeah, masterfriend.com. It's all on my website. You can see a gallery of my sketches, my blog, all that stuff. Sonal. Oh, Sonal. Hey, I never noticed my. I never noticed that it was you. Yes, I kind of like read your username. It's been a while. How have you been? Yeah, I've kind of just been, I'm kind of just editing a bunch of sketches, so that's kind of just why I'm fiddling around with CS 5.5. Oh yeah, I'm happy that I'm still drawing too. It's a lot of sunk cost stuff, but you know, I'm still hanging in there. You know, drawing, animating, working on a bunch of different projects, kind of just keep up myself. And yeah, you know, it's been pretty decent. I don't know if you're still drawing, but you know, I hope you're doing well. Okay, say you're all done. Got the ship done. Bada boom, just got it. Yeah, it doesn't matter what version of Adobe, just keep doing. Oh yeah, I kind of am able to settle with CS 5.5 because there's not much that Photoshop really offers that's really significantly different. Because, yeah, like again, I have Clip Studio Paint, and it's been totally fine with me. Been fiddling around with just fiddling around with just general sketching and things like that. Working on actual character designs, and I'm able to have these little pop-up panels just to fiddle around and work with my tools much faster. I can do things like put all my work in. If only I could. Okay, I'm like wondering why am I not able to. Yeah, I can just fiddle around, add these little patches here. Yeah, I should probably look at my brushes more. See, okay, which patches work where, do stuff like that, and yeah, so far clips have been pretty decent. Yeah, frescoes like Photoshop, Illustrator, and Corel Painter in one. I think you'd be phenomenal in it. Yeah, I might try it out if it's a iPad thing and it's cheap enough. Like, I'll probably put in some money on it. Why not? I've kind of just been trying to reduce the amount of programs I'm constantly jumping on, because otherwise I just end up just hopping around a million different programs and not really focusing my work on anything. Because I think one little thing that's sort of hindering me is that while I do have a million different interests in learning art, the fact that I'm not establishing a specific workflow is probably slowing me down a little, because I'm not, my workflow is just not completely in any specific order. It's like, okay, I'll just try some program that catches my interest vaguely, and then maybe one day, the next day, I'm gonna jump around. I've kind of been feeling that when it comes to a bit of my game development stuff. Right now, I'm currently working on a video game, and while I'm working on the pixel art for a video game, I'm also kind of experimenting with alternate game engines myself, because a lot of the big game engine strides that I need to have, or at least a lot of the big game engine stuff, is in my programmer's hand, which he knows how to actually code and stuff like that, while I mostly am pixel art animator guy and writer, of course, on good days. And yeah, that's kind of just been how I've been doing that. And while I do that, I learn how to import my art assets into game engines. So I experiment with things like GB Studio, and that's a game engine which lets me make Game Boy games on real legitimate actual hardware. Like, you can actually make a Game Boy ROM that can export into a real cartridge, and that can work in some ways, and that's kind of just how I've been tackling stuff like that. But yeah, things like I've also been I recently purchased a license of Moho, and that's an animation program that was on sale for the Hump bundle. And apparently that's a animation program that's kind of a rival to Toon Boom in some way. So I'm interested in doing that, because I haven't animated specifically in, or at least I haven't animated outside of pixel art in, I'd say, years. Like, I've been working on a pencil test in Clip Studio Paint, which has been going pretty well. It's been my little pencil test for one of my pixel art tasks, and been doing that while I'm testing how I'm gonna do this in pixel art here. And so far it just needs some more polishing and things like that. So far so good with this, and doing this pencil test has been pretty nice. I've been experimenting with actually using timing charts, and I've actually been having some really good results with planning my animations with these timing charts. It's just, it's acquired taste, and I am not used to Clip Studio's UI in comparison to Flash and things like that. So it's been me kind of just figuring it out as I go. Yeah, Okay, give me a little bit more juice with that. But yeah, you know, figuring out stuff art-wise has been, it's been pretty okay. Been trying to just live my life, you know, sustain myself on my day job while I, you know, follow the passion of still making art at night, or at least in this case the afternoon. Oh yeah, there's only so much stuff to pursue, so you kind of sort of need to pick and choose what you really want to do. And of course it's sort of a meme, but I also want to learn some Blender as well, because everybody's learning Blender. I know a little about Blender, but I keep seeing people's 3D models and they look exceptional. I'm like, I should at least look at it, because I hear everybody tells me that I would pick up sculpting, and I'm like, okay, I go in the UI and it's incomprehensible to me, so I just bounce off of it. But, and I'm sure I could grasp how Blender works if I actually just took a weekend, sat down, and just dived in and just sat down with it and just gave it time. Because that's kind of how I learned how to just do more of pixel art, is I just sat down with the time and forced myself to just sit with this. So it is what it is with that. And that's also been one of those things with that. And I've also been working on this painting and trying to force myself to get more victories when it comes to these paint brushes and things like that. I've been fiddling around with one of these paint brushes where bleh. Yeah, I have a paintbrush that I actually like working with in Clip Studio Paint, and so far it has been getting me to not completely quit out on painting in general. So I'm pretty happy with what I've been doing with this. With all this dogs. We're going to fumble a bit with these dogs here. And I've been looking up watercolor and oil painting techniques to kind of just get myself more into just the painting mindset when it comes to feeling like you're actually painting, as opposed to starting a thing, then not being happy with the result, and then you just bounce off of it and you never want to work on it again, because you know, you don't instantly learn it. So I've been getting better at not pushing myself away from, I suppose, failure when it comes to painting. So actually digital painting, maybe one day I'll actually acquire proficiency with a lot of this stuff. Hey Tagbun, welcome. I'm just doing a million different things at once, but yeah, kind of just chatting about learning to paint and getting myself used to being satisfied with the paintings that I have been doing. So like a bright green for the hat, maybe more of a yellow. Yeah, figure that stuff out as I go. Of course, this entire tavern needs probably some actual proper lighting, but I did elaborate on this flame, so everything will have a specific light source. And then I'll go down, goes in like this. The one thing that I'm still trying to figure out is feathering isn't perfect. Like if I press light, it doesn't fade out in opacity like I'd want. So that's one of those things where still trying to just figure out what that stuff. Yeah, you can never keep blending for years and be fully satisfied. Oh yeah, that's why a lot of the blending tutorials that I've hit up, like actual physical oil paint tutorials, like draw, mix, paint, they actually tell you not to blend until you actually have the light sources down, because that way you won't end up over rendering so much, because you already have the correct light sources and you can pick and choose what you can leave as a you can pick and choose what you leave as a harder surface versus a smoother surface, which requires maybe like an actual transition like this cylinder and stuff like that. And it could probably make a actual in-between color specifically. And that way everything looks slightly better-ish. I should probably at least overpaint you. Let's see. Maybe make this dog a redhead dog. A orange. I actually never pondered too much about what a lot of these animals' breeds are when I concepted this initial ink drawing. But yeah, kind of just fumbling around with this. There we are. And of course, trying to see if washes can actually work with my workflow and things like that. And so far with this paintbrush is looking okay. The washes are looking pretty decent. I'm pretty happy with how I tackled the washes. And again, I'm trying to tackle this paint color wheel thing as if I'm tackling actual color mixing. So if I want a brighter color, not only do I nudge this color square closer to white, I also tried to nudge a color wheel closer to a warmer color like yellow in order to match the warmth of the light source and things like that. So in this case, the actual candle here. So that's a lot of stuff that I've been trying to incorporate from those oil painting tutorials, which is actual physical oil painting, to get myself to like digital painting in general. Because I think overall I'm still mostly a person who just likes drawing traditional, and a lot of my mindset has just been traditional. I'm like, you know what if I try just pushing myself with traditional tools and not worrying so much about, oh, how am I gonna make this digital, how do I make this completely digital mindset, when what I really should be doing is how do I incorporate my digital brain, or my traditional brain, in that I suppose digital, maybe like a digital mindset. I'm not sure how I could explain it, but opposite of warm, it cools out, but not that much. I try to not completely do this. And the one thing that's pretty nice about this specific brush is called Concept Craig. I believe this is a brush from I don't remember if it's from True Grit Texture Supply or a different brush, but a lot of these brushes I purchased, so it's me kind of just experimenting with like wondering, how can I expand this flat brush here? And may I make this more of a stationary thing? Well, actually no, because there's also a light source here, so I would probably make this a lighter thing, but have a bit of a color reflection over here, since there's a light source also here, but essentially she's closer to this light source. It's difficult to say. Because also with hair has a specific sharper shine to it. Like whenever you're drawing hair, you kind of need to have a higher contrast as opposed to like other things like plastics or armors and things like that. Well, actually no, armor you also need higher contrast, but something like clothing and cotton. I wish I could have a yeah, I'm over rendering. Okay, I need to stop because I think I'm over rendering and not really going with the light. I need one singular stroke because otherwise that's going beyond what I need to do. And then I'd have to elaborate on these foreground characters. So let's just plunk down the characters first specifically and then worry about this. So maybe maybe like a little bluish here. Nah. So I'm trying to convey that these characters are more just peasantry. They're not rich. They're just a bunch of people who showed up at the bar to just have a drink and live their life and not worry about stuff. Like there'd be a I guess a fantasy version of Piano Man playing in the background, you know, just little Billy Joel stuff, which I hear Piano Man is very basic bitch for Billy Joel. So I need to listen to more Billy Joel to actually learn more about Billy Joel, because yeah, I only really know Billy Joel for Piano Man. So that's pretty fascinating with that. What is, oh yeah, that's a tongue, I think. Okay. All right. A little bit of painting, some light to kind of just establish that this character is over everything. Knock that in, get this here. There we go. Get this there. Bingo. Look a little better. There you go with this tail right here. Yeah, I'm trying to not undo all the time, but there's just so many moments where I'm like, I need to undo. This is driving me nuts. Because I just need to undo, bro. So, it's one of those things where I keep saying that. It's one of those things. It's one of those things. And yeah, maybe a pink dress. Just plunk down colors. Try not to worry so much about what the colors actually are. Try to just plunk things down, because with digital painting, you can just either color over it, layer over it, or even just delete it. But in my case, if I'm in the oil painting mindset or maybe the acrylic painting mindset, I probably will just paint over it. Because I'd say my first ever experience regular painting was acrylic, and I'm so used to being able to paint over mistakes that affects my general painting mindset with everything except watercolor. With watercolor, if you want lighter, so in order to establish lights with watercolor, you actually sort of need to work backwards. Actually, no, that's also the same with markers as well. With markers and watercolors, you actually need to work light to dark. So if you want a lighter tint in your thing, you have to leave a bit of paper in to just establish that it's showing a bit of light. So you're leaving the paper showing. And then as you make things darker and darker, you can then add more layers of markers to show that, you know, it's getting darker and more shaded and things like that, to overlay it with more and more color and get it to... Okay. Need to figure out a way to kind of just get that down. And that's usually the key to how you're going to get good with both markers and watercolor. Like I'd say in terms of learning how watercolor works, I actually would recommend you learn how to work with alcohol marker, because, you know, markers are cheaper than watercolor paints, but of course they're not as you know, they will last forever, but you know, it's still pretty solid for you know, doing some general decoration. I think the reason why I kind of prefer watercolor now is because I found out that alcohol marker paints actually don't last forever. Like they don't last in comparison to watercolor paints. So, you know, one day all my paint illustrations are going to fade away, and you know, that's gonna suck. You know, that's gonna suck. There was this crystal drawing that I made a while ago, and I sent that to someone, and you know, it's like all in a fancy frame just so, you know, it doesn't die in shipping and things like that. And you know, I really liked it, and you know, it's pretty nice with that. But then I realized, oh, because I drew that initial drawing in marker, that's probably not going to last forever. And I'm actually a little upset at myself for just letting it be like that, because I sort of didn't know. Well, I probably did know, but I never put it together until recently. So all right. This light could be sharper. And one thing that is also good is not zooming all the time when it comes to working with digital art, because it's very tempting to just zoom in all the time and dive into the big details. But the truth is, you do need to at least stay far enough, because again, most people aren't going to zoom in, they're going to see the entire picture. But you know, obviously if you're digital painting and you're fumbling around with the tiny details of everything, you kind of realize, oh wow, I am kind of wasting my time, because a lot of people aren't going to zoom in unless they're complete art aficionados who love looking at the details of things like that, like I do when it comes to a lot of abstract art. I was at the Art Institute Museum last July and stuff like that, and I think it was there when I actually finally understood abstract art. And abstract art is less about what it's representing and more talking about the actual creation of the art. The existence of the art is the art piece, as opposed to it being the subject or the, you know, the big concept of, oh, what's it trying to say? What it's trying to say is this actual art piece, whether it's a giant collection of squiggles, is the piece. This is a representation of human emotion through all these like squiggle pieces. Like there was I found this art piece where it was a giant collection of pen like circles, like a bunch of pen circles, like something you probably would see if you were doodling while talking on the phone and stuff like that. But I'd say because it's on this large, like 20 by 24 inch 20 by 24 inch canvas and things like that. The simple fact that someone took the time to create this means that, you know, someone wanted to just convey that this person created this, a human made that. And you know, that's actually admirable, especially as a person who's like, would I have the time to actually work on that? Oh, yes, a human took the time to do this, which itself makes the art worthy because this is human achievement overall. So, as much as I dog on things like, you know, things not representing stuff, I'd say the fact that this is the abstract art and the creation of it is the point. You know, it's starting to open my mind up to, I suppose, understanding art. I'm also noticing that this is way too detailed in comparison to all the other characters. Like, I need to tone this down to maybe like back to 2 colors. No, this is a bit too much detail for. Because if you zoom out, it kind of just looks like she's like catching you here. So let me see if I can, oh yeah, because this ain't Photoshop, I can't modify the specific colors individually, so we're gonna lasso this shit, baby, and whatever doesn't lasso will repaint. Okay, so what I need to do, they rework the hue so it's a bit browner. Oh, I like the blonde. A little bit of a Labrador golden retriever type look. Okay. Yeah, like a lighter. Okay. And then I'll probably nudge this redder. Yeah, nudge this some more red. There we are. Get the value down. Yeah, we'll let that rock. Higher color, then push you yellow. Sort of working. I have a vague idea of how this could round in a bit, but you know, so far so good with this. And of course, I do need to adjust this dog in the back, so you know, this is his actual proper color. And of course, you're seeing me repaint this again, because, yeah, why not? Probably will rework the hat some more, but it is what it is. And I probably should at least color the noses. Like a nice, vague brown, like that. And then shine it up just a little with yellow. So far, so good. Then nudge you up with this. Okay. So far, so good. They could probably fade a bit more in the background here, so may nudge the saturation just a bit. Try to nudge them warmer. And so far, so good with this part of the bar. Do like a little saving, get that down. And one thing that I've been trying to get myself to just be more happy with is taking more breaks on a piece, kind of stepping away from a piece for a bit, not trying to get down every tiny little detail of a painting in one freaking go. Because I see a lot of people do that with oil painting, where they just work on one piece at a time. They just work on, like, you know, they'll start with one piece in one corner, then while they're waiting for it to dry, they work on another piece on this corner, and then while they're waiting for that to dry, they work on this piece, and they go until this is finally dried, and then they can elaborate on this more. And I'm kind of sort of tackling that in that way. It still looks amateur, like I still feel like my brush strokes are just all over the place. And I feel like the painting style clashes with the coloring style, because, like, let's see. Paint. Because when it's actually black and white, it's more, you know, cartoony looking. But of course, you have the actual color, and it's more painted. It's more of a painterly look. Probably could have done better if it was more of a watercolor look, but essentially I'm not going to fiddle around with the inks right now and just focus on just having color tone just somewhere, because sometimes I'm trying to push myself to finish art more often, because, you know, with all my cool sketches and things like that, a lot of those sketches aren't really going to mean anything if I don't finish stuff. And I feel this personal self-critique for myself, where I need to dog on myself because I don't finish stuff as much as I should. So that's one thing that, you know, working on that game needs to get me doing, is finishing more stuff and elaborating on initial sketches, where it's like, okay, you have a character design, what's their story, what's their background, and then that will also inform more of that character design, and you'll be able to adjust the character design with this. Oh, you animate that character more. Okay, you'll probably need to get rid of certain details because you need to animate stuff easier, stuff like that. So I'm going to take a break, and I'm gonna step away for a bit, stretch my legs, and I'll be back maybe, hopefully, maybe in like 5 minutes. I'll try to be sooner, but I'm gonna get to actually working on some pixel art, mostly like polishing these left wings. Actually, no, this needs to be worked a bit, but yeah, I'm gonna be polishing this pixel art for now. So I will be right back after, I suppose, these messages, or just after this break. Hello, I finally returned. I'm finally back, and I'm going to be tackling some pixel art right now. Sorry that I was a bit delayed, or maybe a lot delayed, like a bunch of 20 minutes. So let's get to a bit of some pixel art stuff. Probably do some stuff till maybe 7, maybe 8. And I'm gonna play some more Blueprints, because Blueprints has been, I guess, one of my maybe addictions. Not really addictions, but kind of my I guess current, you know, this game's catching my attention, so to speak. So tackling stuff with that. Yeah, Blueprints is a pretty decent game. For those who haven't heard of what Blueprints is, Blueprints is like, what if Myst was a roguelike? That's the simplest way I can explain it. You know, if you've ever played a game like Myst where it's mostly puzzles, or I guess, God forbid, The Witness as a roguelike, honestly, you should play Blueprints instead of The Witness, because, you know, you'll actually get something out of it instead of really brain dead takes from an asshole. But it is what it is. Blueprints is pretty strong. I'm liking Blueprints right now, so that's kind of just how I've been. That's how I've been enjoying just figuring out how to learn how the room setups work. It's been pretty fascinating because, you know, I'm kind of watching some speed runs and strategy videos of like, okay, how on earth do these rooms actually function, and what's the purpose of like certain rooms, like the security room and the lab and things like that. So, you know, figuring things like that out has been pretty helpful for getting me through, I suppose, the I guess, no pun intended, the walls of Blueprints, where you feel like everything is incomprehensible for a bit because you don't really know what's actually working. So that's been pretty nice with that, and I do want to play a bit more if I freaking deal with this better. Oh, shit. I should probably at least. Okay. But yeah, I'll be playing that pretty soon. But there's also I also have UFO 50 finally. I actually own a copy now, so I'm gonna play that maybe sometime this weekend. Maybe I'll do a bit of just playing of that, because I still have yet to actually play UFO 50 right now, but it's actually owned. I actually own a copy, so I can actually, you know, enjoy all the recommendations from my friends with that. So yeah, play that maybe after Blueprints. Maybe if I'll do one run of Blueprints just to see if I can go anywhere, and maybe when I finish that run, I'll play a little bit of UFO 50 for an hour, play some games in that, because I do want to push myself to play more games on these streams, because, you know, I want to at least do something a bit more than just drawing, because I think drawing on stream can be a little taxing for me, because sometimes I feel like I never like that. I sometimes feel that I'm not as able to articulate myself well, because I'm trying to draw and stream. So it's one of those things where I just would prefer, I think I would just get myself to play more games a bit more instead of trying to force myself to draw while doing this kind of stuff. But yeah, it is what it is with that. And honestly, it is an excuse to play these games that's kind of just been in my Steam library forever. I literally purchased the graphics card because I wanted to play more PC games. And of course, you know, I don't own a Switch. I don't want to own a Switch 2, because I've kind of been just rocking my emulator boxes. I've been playing Chrono Trigger on the side as well, and that's kind of also been a thing that I've been playing instead of just everything. All right, how's it looking? Oh yeah, that's coming apart. Oh, so this kind of like constantly stretches with this model, so I need to do a bit of housekeeping with this. Oh yeah, did anyone see Eva at all? I caught the Marvel vs. Capcom stuff, and that was pretty fun. And I caught a little bit of the Rivals of Aether stuff, and I have been trying to ponder why Rivals isn't as popular. I guess besides the obvious, where it's like, yeah, it's Smash Bros. Without Nintendo. But I try to figure out, okay, you have a really good competitive game, but I look at it and I'm like, what's missing? What's not clicking with me personally, like as a layman? Like, what is a thing that's kind of like not exciting me about Rivals? Because the animations, they look fine, but I feel this sense of, I guess, plainness when I look at Rivals of Aether a little, and I'm trying to figure out how I can articulate that. So it's kind of like watching the watching that tournament to kind of just get introspective and kind of figure out, okay, yes, right here you're seeing people play at the peak of this. Why isn't this as exciting as watching a game of Smash Bros. Ultimate? So, try to like ponder that. Let's see. A lot of particle stuff could be slightly better. I feel like the particles are a little plain looking. Like, you don't have a lot of really chonky hit sparks. The sound design's a bit not as bassy, I guess. It doesn't feel impactful as much. I also feel like it's kind of weird because like a lot of the character designs look pretty okay, but not exceptional. Like, it's still not as wowy as it could be. And I'm trying to like try to articulate what is missing from that. Let's see. I do like let's see. I do like the sword. I do like the sword cat. She has a decent design where well, actually no, she looks more like Hyper Light Drifter, so I don't even know if she counts that much. She looks so much like Hyper Light Drifter. So maybe she shouldn't count because she looks so much like Hyper Light Drifter. But it's like, there's a few others. I do like, I like Maple. It's a nice, like, ferret character with the leaves and things like that. Let's see. I do like Orcane. It's a nice, like, orca dog. I guess those are the two that I'm, like, through the moon about when it comes to designs. And now I'm kind of like in ponder mode, like, okay, if I had to sit there and either make alternate costumes or make, like, I guess, adjustments to the designs, what would I do? Because again, they have to like function. They're already there, so I don't want to like change it. But what's not making them work? I guess I'm not that exceptional of a genius when it comes to character design. Because it's kind of like, I know how to tackle my stuff, but I don't know how to tackle their stuff. Other than, just hand out a few suggestions and just Ultra Instinct that shit. That's probably just literally how I just tackle it. I'll just draw some other things. until something just hits. Maybe that's probably what I need to do. Just make a bunch of fan art or fan skins or something like that. Fuck, but then I'd have to learn 3D modeling. Yeah, what'd the model sheet look like? Shit, I delete the model sheet. Man, listening to Conker's arcade soundtrack is like, you spend so much time listening to the album version of a song, and then you listen to a band live. They sound so different. And it kind of feels a bit jarring in some ways. Obviously, you don't want to, obviously I don't want to be completely dismissive. Alright, the tips are much, much smaller. Okay. But yeah, I mean, Evo was pretty nice. I like watching Evo and catching the little streams with that. And of course, you know, obviously seeing the character announcements pretty fun. You know, seeing like Armor King and stuff like that. I like people's aesthetics more than, I guess, their actual gameplay. So it's kind of like one of those things where it's like, wow, look at that cool character, which is probably just par for the course of most fighting games, I'd say. You know, I am more likely to buy your art book than actually play your video game, which kind of is obviously a sadder thing, but that's kind of the state of me being an artist and putting more of my time into learning art than actually doing learning art instead of actually learning a fighting game. I've said that Sonic the Fighters isn't big. It probably is. There's probably like a scene for it right now. But Sonic the Fighters is kind of one of those things where it's like, they could make a sequel with the current Sonic characters and you could probably crush it. Like, a Sonic the Fighters 2 would be pretty fascinating. Since like things like Virtua Fighter's coming back, why the hell not? Like, make another Sonic the Fighter. Sega probably wouldn't do it, but it's one of those things where it's one of those insane pipe dreams. I think there was a Sonic fan game that's sort of a 2D Sonic fighting game, but of course, you know, it's a 2D fighting game and not really Sonic the Fighters, which, I mean, that's totally fine. It's just, I guess for some reason I wanted Sonic the Fighters. I don't know, I'm weird like that. Okay. There we are. Yeah, go a little bit more. Okay. This is more hooky, while this kind of loses its hook. So I'm trying to just figure out how I can keep this hook. I think the one thing that I struggle with when it comes to complicated pixel art pieces like this is making sure that the details stay consistent. I think that's one thing that I feel like I keep fumbling with a lot of these commissions, is that a lot of the designs are very complicated, or at least more complicated than pixel art can really, pixel art can usually do. So I end up kind of fumbling a lot of the animations because they're not as consistent as I can make it. But, you know, I'll do my best with trying to just get that working, so to speak. I ain't gonna completely give up on this. Okay. But so far, so good. Yeah, so far, so good. I mean, this looks super okay, bro. Okay. This is small, and then it grows. Yeah, never hurts to kind of just do that. Alright, how we looking? Alright. That's looking good. Wings are consistent enough. Of course, you need to add the spots there. So yes, everything else is just freaking get this down. I'm looking at the bottom wing here and kind of like thinking about, okay, is this looking consistent enough? Or does this jumble out into a incoherent mess? It kind of does. I'm looking at it right now, kind of just jumbles out in pixel art down here a bit. Turns into a bit of a mush. I wonder if making a game like Outrun would be simple. Just a straightforward car driving game. Probably isn't simple. It probably isn't that simple, but driving left and right could be, I guess, functionally. Like, if I want to program something like that, I would need to, one, animate that it's going left and right. Yeah, button left, button right. and then you would add maybe something to cause the card to collide and then get stopped. And let's see, you would then need to add some kind of like way to render where the road's going. I don't know. I never programmed a video. I've never programmed something like Outrun. I'm vaguely learning how to edit stuff in Game Boy Studio. Like, I am not a person who can figure that out. And I've been making very middling progress. Like, I've been able to get myself to get a character to press, or at least change your animation when you press a button. But of course, yeah, there's nothing telling me how I can get a character to stop playing the animation after they press the button. So that in my, I guess, constant journey to kind of just teach myself how to make GB Studio work and kind of improve myself as both a pixel artist and a game developer. You know, stuff like that. I want to fly, skin sky, blue, blue sky, see, blue, blue sky, blue, blue sky, see, blue, blue sky, blue, blue sky. Alright, so that was supposed to be a spot. Make this another spot. Oops. Okay. Blue sky, blue, blue sky to see. Blue, blue sky, blue, blue sky, blue, blue sky. Excuse me. Incomprehensible. Okay. Yeah, why are you doing that? Man, just get rid of this. Alright, solid. Let's just save you and go to the right wing for once. Because holy cow, I have been blowing so much time on this. And this right wing's actually going to be the more complicated wing. Take a swig of cookie. Or take a swig of beer, bite a cookie. Oh. Let's go. So part one, unwobblified this shit. unwobblify this shit. Oops. Unwobblify this shit. And try to get this back to a sense of maybe order. I try to remember how the fuck this was actually supposed to look. Blue sky, blue sky. I probably should not have colored this until I animated this, because that way I'd have an easier time adding all these details. Because boy did I screw myself doing this. Okay. I have a feeling I can make these wings longer, because these wings are longer. You know what? Just in case. Just give it a bit more. Yep. It's going to look a little bit better as I go. Blah. You know what? Let's just fucking eliminate all this shit. We're just going to start from scratch, man. Start from scratch. That's what we're gonna do. This is a complete scratch job, because yeah, I done goofed. We are just going to start from scratch. Go with these colors straightforward, and we're just going to work on getting these wings to actually function, instead of trying to fight my way towards getting this to work. Because I feel like I fumbled these wings from the start, and I was too stubborn to really accept it. I should have did the wings first. Or at least I should have animated the wings before adding detail to the wings. That would have been better. I'm starting to realize, I should have added the wings and animate them before adding more detail to the wings. Because now that I'm animating the pixel art and adding the pixel art, and because I need to animate the stuff, I need to get rid of a bunch of detail, because it's not for what I need to currently do right now. So I let this rock for a bit. Maybe do this. I still need to see X-Men 96. I hear it's really good, and written by people who like Marvel vs. Capcom and want to make sure Cyclops just looked really cool. Nah, I shouldn't be dunking on Cyclops too hard. But I will say that, yeah, Cyclops has kind of just been taking a lot of L's because a lot of writers somehow just don't like Cyclops for some reason. Which I guess, you know, he's a bit of a stiff. But he is the leader of the X-Men. I mean... ugh. Yeah. Oh. I do the wings again. Oh yeah. A shortcut key ain't the wings. So it's open on 8. Oh, the wings are open on 6. Are the wings open on 6? Sorta. Yeah, the wings need to be absolutely open on 6. Now let's hide the tail for a bit, just so we can see the wings as they truly are. Part 1, rotate the elbow wing, stretch you out here. Part 2, rotate the outer wing, put you out here. There we are. And then everything else will be just filled in. One, two. I know what's the issue. Okay. Think I'm aware of what's the wrong. It's a little too open. Yeah, I think I fumbled it too much. It may like nudge you up. Yeah, I kind of just reworking this wing, just seeing what's up. Alright, I think I know what's up here. You're to open here. Move you here. Put you here. So you open out here. Okay. So you should actually be here. And what you should be yeah. Okay. Alright, so what you need on Link okay. Settle, open, close. You would actually be here. And then we have a more close animation like this. Yes, maybe it'll be more closed like this. And then you erase this part. Okay. Maybe I'm just overcomplicating this. Who knows? Open. Stretch wing. Yeah, maybe like do something like this, where I move the wing mass here. This is really dumb. Yeah, I think I'm just really fumbling it all. Yeah, I should have animated this wing, like, just from the jump. I had to have in mind you, like, scrapped, you would start from the beginning. Yeah, let's do exactly that. Let's do exactly that. Let's do exactly that. Yeah. It's a little dumb, but I'm making it work. Okay. Your spine. Maybe I should have the tail being seeable. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Unlink you. First things first, wing up. This wing flies. Okay. Okay. Okay, go back. Open this up. Nudge you forward. Yeah. Also, one thing with the arcade Contra soundtrack is that it's a much slower tempo. So if we're used to the NES soundtrack, it's sounding way faster. And I think that's kind of, I guess, one little critique that I'll put against the arcade Contra is that it sounds much slower paced. I think I figured out the issue here. So, one of these frames is on 3s. Like, 2 of these are on 3s. No, this is on 3s, but this is on 2s. So it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. No wonder. No wonder if things feel like uneven. Yeah, sometimes you end up fumbling, and there's nothing else you can really do other than try to recover from that fumble. You know, recover the fumble, stuff like that. I keep saying fumble more often. I guess it's kind of been, modern internet lexicon. Who knows? Let's see. Yeah, move you and nudge you up. Hey, Fitzpatrick, welcome. Welcome to YouTube. Surprised to see me. Well, yeah, I'm kind of multi-stream between YouTube and Twitch, so I may or may not remember to answer you because I'm kind of like just seeing 5 different chats. But welcome to stream. I'm currently just making things exist as I go and working on the art commission. And so far, so good with this. It's been pretty nice. Yep. Yeah. I've been doing a bit of a rework with some of these wings because I feel like I'm getting a little lost in the sauce when it comes to working on these wings. So yes, thank you very much. Yeah, so far so good with this pixel art. This is probably the chief thing that's taking up my mind palace is working on this. Okay, what's wrong here? Oh, I know what's wrong here. Okay, I can see what's wrong here. Okay. That's looking much more correct. Good, good, good. Timing's better. Oh. So I just need the wings to just slightly open and close as they go. It needs to be as smooth as it was with this. So part 1, rotate the wing in small but manageable pieces. Try to get the basic broad strokes spots going with that. And then rotate the wings as we go. And then color in the broader details as you go. That way, you don't end up getting confused by the details like I used to be confused with the previous wings. As it can be heckin' easy to get confused with a lot of the needless details because you're confused at where the positions of the things are supposed to be. So, one thing that I can do is make one more frame. It's open like this. Close a little too much. Opens out, then close down. But kind of doesn't close enough. Okay. 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 So, I think I have a vague clue of how I'm going to tackle the wing. So nice and subtle. Not something crazy. Just a nice, fast, broad open out here. Nothing insane. And that should be good. So far, so good with this pixel art. All right, that's looking legit smooth. All right, that's looking pretty smooth. That's actually looking smoother than how I had it initially, where I'm trying to struggle to have these wings try to all open out. And I kept getting stuck in the weeds of, no, how do I keep this wing consistent? When I should have just factored in the animation first. So this new wing should be arguably better because, you know, it's an overall smoother animation. I don't like that jiggles so much though. I think I fumbled this too much. They could like cheat a little. Yeah, get you to rotate just as high as, come on, be at the absolute peak of this rotation. Color this in, and we're all solid. Yeah, have another rotation a little bit higher here. Motherfucker, come on. Much higher here. Just be the absolute pinnacle of each, That should work better. Kind of grows where I'm gonna let that go. All right, so far so good. It's looking pretty solid right now. Pretty happy with how I've tackled this. So, the wing kind of looks like it's growing. Like, I think one thing that's kind of thrown me is that this little end of the wing, because what this is supposed to be is this part of the character's wing, which is this ending bone, which is sort of an elbow-ish. So it should be rotating a bit as I go with this. So it'd be like this end of the arm goes up and down, but then this will rotate in and out, so to speak. So what I'm doing, this should be rotating in. Alright, I think I know what's wrong here. So I feel like maybe what I really should be doing is slowly and steadily pushing this out. And then making this more stationary. Make this more stationary. So it looks like it's more rotating down here. Copy. Go here, delete you, V here. Delete you, V here. Boom, boom. Alright, delete this, V here. Delete you. Nope, I think I got it. Alright. I'm sort of on the right track, but not exactly, because this elbow's not really rotating as much as it needs to. So, what it probably should be doing is rotating more here. And tightening this rotation just a bit more as it goes. And luckily, because I'm only doing the low detail stuff and not trying to deal with all the spots and things like that, I no longer have to worry about getting all the dots in and fumbling all my pixels because they're right there. I don't like that it's hitting the head a bit, so I'm glad that's settling more. Yeah, that turns a little harsh. Yeah, maybe just have this more just turned like this, and that's how it'll be. Okay. I don't like that shortens up, but we're gonna edit that some more. But so far, it's looking better. I'm liking how I'm tackling it so far. So now we're going to add a little tone stuff for consistency. Place the colors down and not fret so much about where the wings detail's gonna be. Yep. It just first gets on getting those colors in the right spots. So far, so good. So we have that as a little bit of a boil here. And since I repeat frames, I need to just do something small like this. All right, so far so good. That's looking really nice. 8:30, not bad. Oh, so far so good. This guy could be a little bit more active life because this has more life. Excuse me, I'm eating a cookie. Sorry about that. But so far so good. I think I did a lot of the heavy lifting with this so far. Yeah. Excuse me. Okay. I think I'll go till 8:30 and just polish the wings a bit more. Polish the wings, get a bit more pixel depth, so to speak. Polish this up. Clean up the jaggeds just slightly. Clear up the jaggeds just a wee bit. And kind of just work this up. Yeah, because I've made significant progress just reworking literally everything. Because previously, I was struggling to rework this detailed wing animation because I was going off of this finished illustration when I should be animating it, or at least setting up the animation. Because my initial workflow was complete the still animation and then animate it. And I'm kind of realizing that I need to factor in the animation before I add the rest of the freaking detail, because otherwise you'll end up just having a lot of detail that's moving around. So I am learning my lesson in terms of, to improve animation, you kind of have to make interesting different calls. And a lot of this is very School of Hard Knocksy stuff. Like, obviously I went to college for animation, but nothing that I do in college is going to be a substitute for actually applying that knowledge to actual work. And that's kind of the tough thing when it comes to things like tutorials and things like that, where you can get a whole host of theories about what thing might be best and what thing might be a good idea to do or incorporate in your workflow. But until you actually incorporate it in your workflow, you're never really going to truly understand why you are doing certain things. It's sort of in that same ballpark of worrying about art style and things like that, where you're constantly worried about, okay, how can you make your art style look appealing, when the art style itself is mostly going to be an interpretation of how you do your work. Most people's art styles is half them drawing and interpreting how they see the world, and half how they tackle either like creating the drawing themselves. They might get lazy, or they might not have enough time, or they want to do something in a faster time than they usually do, and they just don't want to spend so much time working on a part in the art that's a slog. Like, you have a lot of painters because a lot of people don't like line art and things like that. You have a lot of comic artists who have a simpler style because doing all that detail just takes so much work, and they don't have time to actually elaborate on all those details. So most, I suppose, appealing styles are mainly due to artists just figuring out what needs to be done for their personal work and things like that. And some art styles, or how you would tackle how you approach art problems and art projects, will shape how you create that art style, because, well, you're now going to a project. You've been working on this project for so long, and now your just art muscles have adjusted to that specific project for something like that, because you've planned your work around creating that specific art thing. And of course, you can change your art style because you can change up the project that you work on, of course. So it's not that you're stuck in an art style, or you need to have a specific art style to be appealing. It's more just you're figuring out what you actually need to do for the moment you need to do it. So that's I guess a long roundabout way of saying that you're never going to learn literally everything. Art can't be solved, so to speak, because that's kind of not the point of art. The point of art is to create stuff and express things in a way that you as a human can express them. And if you end up solving art, if you end up like trying to go through the motions of trying to solve things like an appealing art style, you end up kind of just making something that's more boring or homogenous, because it's the same art style as everything else. And it's like a tuna slurry in some ways, where, you know, it's so bland and just safe that you never really feel like this sense of just identity with that piece. Kind of just feel like, oh yeah, you've seen this, but it's the same shit that you've seen from everyone else. It's sort of the difference between buying a table from IKEA and commissioning a woodworker to help you like make a table that can work with your specific room in your house. Obviously, it's going to be more expensive to hire the woodworker, but the fact that you can talk to that woodworker, they can come to your house, they can measure your table, or they can measure your room and know exactly how large a table going to need to be. They can at least plan their work around how you tackle stuff. Oh yeah, that's the problem some traders perpetuate, treating art like math. and they'll treat success like it's an objective sign of quality. Oh yeah, that is another like giant mess of garbage. With that is a lot of art critics can't critique. Like, they don't know how to actually make specific arguments with their art criticism. It's usually, oh, it's bad or it's good. I usually think about this in terms of like video game like design with stuff like that, where it's like, you know, what some people believe is a good game might be not appealing to them specifically. And of course, there's no like universal way to make a game other than you actually getting your hands on a controller and playing a game. Castlevania jumps are not Mario jumps, but the levels in Castlevania are built in such a way that it factors in both the Castlevania jumps and the whip attacks and things like that. Enemies are placed and set up in a way where, you know, you're not completely borked if you're not completely overwhelmed by enemies, because they're spaced in such a way that enemies, you know, you can actually do your whip stuff. But you learning how to do the timing with the whip is also the skill in the game as well. So that's also one thing with that. And of course, this also extends to things like movies and you know, the nature of like watching things like superhero films and things like that, where it's like a lot of the stuff is stuff that either was explained in the comic books or was explained in the narrative and set up in certain ways. I recently encountered a video where I guess the SSAS talks about how films will put a purposely, this is probably weird to say, but purposely bad dialogue points in order to set up and pay off a different plot point with that. So it's kind of like, okay, this silly dialogue thing sounds cringe, but ends up recontextualizing a specific character and things like that. So that's also just one thing that, you know, a typical movie critic who overall just doesn't understand a specific thing is not going to catch on, and they'll probably just flat out say, oh, this is kind of just bad, it doesn't work. There's also a thing with books as well, where I don't like that, like, shrinks. Let me move you forward. Where a lot of books end up just being dismissed because you have to actually read them to understand the actual points of what the book's trying to say. There's also things like specific spellings, the way the words are placed. I think there's an alternate term for this, where it's like the way you present the words will elicit specific emotions. What's it called? Because it's like the second part of rhetoric as well, when it comes to like how you're talking, and not just how you're talking, but the words you choose will also affect how you convey feelings and things like that. But of course, a lot of critics who don't take enough time to think about that shit more, you know, they're just going to dismiss it as a singular thing and not really engage with both the actual text and the different subtext and alternate meanings. I also see that with a lot of, I guess, surface level rap critique, where most people are just going to listen to the beat of rap and not give a shit about the lyrics and things like that. And, you know, obviously it's one of those things where, you know, a lot of music ends up like sounding inappropriate for the actual mood of a situation. And yeah, can be all over the place. Hopefully I'm not like sounding insane at the moment. I think I'm gonna need to rework this a bit more because it's not as meh. It's kind of like shifting around too much. I guess I'll just come back to this a little later. Yeah, it all depends on the subgenre. I don't expect in-depth discussions about life and party rap. That's true. But of course, you know, it could also depend. Like some party rap can also sound like crazy depressing. And it's kind of like fiddling around with that, a contradiction, and that's kind of the point of it. Is that you're jamming around, meanwhile this lyrics or the rapper like crying his eyes out. I think some pop music's like that. I know there was this notable Japanese I don't know if it's not J-pop, but it's like a Japanese music thing where the lyrics itself is about like stopping someone from killing themselves. But the actual music is like this like electronic breakcore thing. So it's kind of just one of those things. But obviously, you know, you got music that has really obvious lyrics, like, you know, this Street Fighter 3 stuff where it's about fighting video games. You know, it's about you enjoying selecting that character and shit. So some music can be just straightforward, others can be, you know, a bit more deep. Just depends. And you kind of have to, you know, you as a person, i.e. a consumer or a customer who, you know, experiences the media for themselves, needs to make that specific call, because otherwise you'll just end up just regurgitating other people's opinions because you didn't take time to have some time of your own. And it's easy to get lazy with that stuff because, you know, you only have so much time to go through literally every piece of media or news and yada yada, because, you know, you only have so much, which is kind of why critics and tastemakers exist, is because they're the ones who kind of curate that stuff for you. Otherwise your brain would just get overwhelmed. Oh yeah, Born in the USA is about working class struggles, but Republican politicians play it at rallies because it only focuses on the surface level sounds. Oh yeah, Born in the USA is very sarcastic. That and Fortunate Son, that's an also infamous one. Rage Against the Machine gets that a lot too. So it's kind of just one of those just millions of different things. Like, another big example that I don't hear talked about that much is the big meme song Chocolate Rain. When you actually, you know, Chocolate Rain, like Tay Zonde's Chocolate Rain, you know, Chocolate Rain, that kind of thing. And the actual lyrics of Chocolate Rain is kind of just about, you know, black struggles and things like that. Some say dry and others feel the pain. A baby's born with other day and all that stuff. And yeah, like the actual lyrics of Chocolate Rain are, well, they're not like crazy profound, but there is something to Chocolate Rain. But of course, most people kind of just see it as the big meme song, the guy with the deep voice. So it's kind of just one of those things where a lot of things kind of just fiddles out. Same with Gangnam Style, which is mostly just the, you know, Psy shit talking, basically the rich people in Korea and things like that with their opulence. But of course, because most people in America don't understand Korean, you know, they just think of it as a really cool dance beat. I wonder what Tay Zonde is up to. Well, he still has a YouTube channel. I know he's been doing a bunch of covers and things like that. I liked his cover of the Misty Mountains Way from Lord of the Rings. So that's some fun stuff. He also did He also sang the Skyrim theme, like he covered the Skyrim theme, so he still posts stuff, he still makes music. So it's not like he just vanished. A lot of the meme people didn't really vanish. They just, they kind of just, they're just living their life. They got their 5 minutes of fame. Like another, I guess, notable internet person was like Ross Scott. Like before all the Stop Killing Games stuff, he was mostly the inside Freeman's mind guy, really. And so it was, he just made a fun set of like just silly videos playing Half-Life and just yapping about just the silly stuff Freeman might think of. And obviously he also did like his retro game review stuff where he talks about just obscure PC games, and a lot of that actually was the beginning of the Stop Killing Games stuff, because a lot of those obscure PC games are kind of just gone forever because no one could really re-access them again. They're just gone forever. No one, the company's dead. There's no way to access the server, stuff like that. So Ross Scott's like Stop Killing Games thing was about just making sure there was some kind of end of life thing for a lot of these games that will just vanish away. And it's pretty important because if I remember right from that article, I think 80% of games and software are unable to be legally purchased. Like you can't, not only can you not find the games legit, like you would, even pirating games is difficult because a lot of machines these days can't even run those games. So that's also just another bit of just suckiness when it comes to games preservation and software preservation, really. Because I think like things like kid pics are kind of just out there, but they're not really alive. Like someone made like a web version of kid pics, so that can really be nice. But a lot of other I guess creation software is kind of just gone to the wind and things like that. And that's kind of the nature of tech, because those tech companies, they aren't really in the business of holding old tech. They want to get people constantly buying the new tech. So it's one of those just big fumbles with stuff like that. But anyway, I've been yapping way too long. I need to stand up. And I'd say after this, we're gonna actually play some video games. So after this, we're gonna play some Blueprints, and I'll be right back. Have a nice day. Hello, I'm back, and we are playing Blueprints. It's gonna be pretty nice. Oh shit, the thing's drained. I didn't realize I drained that. And of course I saved at the sauna. And we're just going to select whatever. Just go in. Just go nuts. Just go haywire. All right, we already rolled those. Now, there's something cool with this. So I've been learning a few tricks with Blueprints as I go. So, yeah. Still not drained enough, which means I'd have to get the pump room again and actually drain it for once. All right, so I think it saves what you drain, so that's pretty nice. So yeah, kind of been learning how Blueprints works and kind of seeing what actually really works with this. So That's pretty nice. Yeah, shelter protects you from the negative effects of 3 red rooms drafted. I've never made this, so I'm gonna make this. We're making a fallout shelter. Ooh, wow, and it just goes all the way down. Yeah, nothing in here. Time lock safe. Okay. Nothing here. Got like a little bird here. Got like a little bunker. Vitamins. Oh. Remain where you are for now. Given that the Red Guard is due tomorrow, we agreed with your plan and have disabled remote access to other terminals and sealed the network mainframe. Regardless of the danger, I am still not willing to risk removing shelter from the draft pool while 3 of you are down here. Our best bet is to sit tight and hope for a little bit of luck. Alright, so that's a little letter here. It's pretty nice. This is pretty cool with this. So yeah, blueprints. I'm kind of like encountering like a little lore stuff. Mount Holly bomb shelter. Time lock safe. You can use any date and time as long as it is 1 hour in the future. Once unlocked, the time lock safe will be open for 4 hours. Ooh, that would probably be an issue, so now we're not gonna mess with that just a bit. Radiation measures. A measurement of radiation levels detected in the house and surrounding grounds. These readings are often spiked by experiments conducted in Mount Holly's laboratory. If a reading is 12 things or higher, the emergency protocol will initiate and all doors in the house will automatically unlock. All right. Alright. Okay, so there's no way to actually unlock this. And I don't know if there's a specific puzzle to this safe. So apparently, because I don't know what the actual date is specifically. So we'll tackle this another time, because let me see. Because when did this happen? No date. So this is a puzzle that I probably will not be able to figure out with this. So let's just go up. I am not good with a lot of these puzzles. And I had to look it up, and I'm not gonna look it up here for now. So anywho, let's head on over. And I think, I don't know if there's anything out here. Doop. Let's see. No torch puzzle. Nothing here. Managed to get 3 out of 4 of these, so I don't know where the 4th one is, but I'm sure once I unlock the last thing, I'll have that. Let's see. The tunnel, I did find out that the solution to that is to actually go down the tunnel and get a light lantern to see inside the tunnel, because it's really dark in there. Let's see. That's locked. That's also locked. Alright, we got the blue tents here. Apparently you get little benefits if you actually sleep in bedrooms, or like call it a day in bedrooms. So it's always one of those things. Oh yeah, and I unlocked the apple orchard by being a cheating asshole. Yeah, sorry about that. But honestly, it's one of those things where I just had to figure out as I go. Any items? No. Nothing here. Nothing there. Here, there's a puzzle here. Where if you wait, or you have something specific, you'll be able to get something. No items. Shame you can't like take any of these apples, but it is what it is with that. Alright, time to actually go inside the house and figure out what's in there. Oh yeah, and there's the gem thing. Apparently you can take one of these gems, but you actually would collapse it and totally screw yourself. So I'm not gonna take that. But yeah, so far I've kind of just been learning little bits about how this game works. It's not, I'm not the absolute most perfect person. What's the benefit of the game? The gems? The gems let you open special doors. If you have more gems, you'll be able to open secret new doors, and you'll be able to access certain rooms. Any items? No. Like this one. If you use the gem, you can open this room specifically because it's a rarer room. Alright. Alright, we're gonna look in the telescope. And again, our diamond pair of chests has been entered and added to the entrance hall, so if I want to get back to the entrance hall, I can always go there. But yeah, the goal of the game is to make new rooms and get all the way over there, or at least open it up and get all the way over there. And of course, there's a million different secrets and puzzles in this game, but it's not a horror game. It's not a horror game. There's no like monsters or nothing. It's just you being lost in this mansion and trying to figure out how on earth to actually open it up. So yeah, put you there. Oops. I need you forward and forwarder. There we are. And now, there is a hidden secret in that telescope that I learned about a while ago, so what I'm gonna be doing is figuring out what's in. I can't get it yet. Bada boom, we get a blueprint. Call a day in a planetarium, getting 2 stars. Nice. And now we have a planetarium in this video game. Thanks for the follow, Sash Attack 10. Thanks for stopping by. You caught me just playing video games, and I had a nice full day of making art. Let's see. You know what? Let's go back to the entrance hall, because there could be stuff. Oh yeah, I don't have keys, so this is kind of pointless. No. Let's go here. I think this hall has, yes, it has a key. All right, how are we looking here? Bedroom, kitchen. Let's put a kitchen here. All right. Bacon and eggs. And add a morning room to today's draft pool. Yeah, why not? Yeah, main course is served only in the dining room. Alright. So this is kind of nice. Where you know, depending on where you place rooms, it'll completely alter the appearance. That's been pretty nice with that. All right, no keys. I do have a key. I could see what's in the entrance hall. Got it. Let's see. What's inside? Cash. Lots of cash. Alright. Down the corridor, I got options. And steps, so why not? Enter the chapel, lose $1, commissary or den. Alright, get a little piece of jewelry. Alright, nothing here. There's so many things I can do. Let's see, chapel. Do I really want to do a chapel? Though, if I do a nook, I'll get some cash. I made a mistake and put a hallway there, so that's gonna suck. But more keys is always good. Anything else? Nothing hidden. Groovy. Okay. Ooh, rotunda. But I don't have enough gems. Fuck. Man. I gotta make a chapel. That sucks. One thing that sucks is you can't cancel opening a door once you draft the room. You have to pick. That sucks. You know what? Let's go back to the entrance hall, get the thing, and then see if we can get more items. It's a little dumb and I'm wasting steps. Oh shit! A compass. Draw floor pans north more frequently. That's rad. A treasure chest? A treasure map? Ah, there's something there. Alright, so I think there's something this way. Thing is, let's see, I'm here. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's 5 up, so roughly there. So if I make something that's up the den and I manage to find a shovel, that could be good. Thing is, I'd have to go find a shovel. I do not have a shovel. So I would have to gamble on whether or not I can get a shovel from this roll. Commissary, okay. I might just be able to get a shovel. Because I got 15 gold. Why not? No gold here. Let's see, got a shovel for sale. No, you do not. Got magnifying glass, sledgehammer. Shit, I should have got the sledgehammer. Could have saved keys. But you know what? I'm gonna buy some running shoes because that's gonna save a whole bunch. And a magnifying glass. Alright, and then when I make some more money, I can just get going. Alright, can't see floor pans while in this. Do I want to make another dark room? Which means I would have to roll a second thing. And that sucks. Alright. Is it? Sweet. Laundry room. So I can make a storeroom, or I could launder currency. I say while I'm here, might as well like look at some things. 11:28, which means I unlocked the gate. Let's see. Skinka Co. Anything back there? Nope. And I'm kind of just fumbling around with this. Kind of just looking at whatever pictures I can find. Nothing. This is the morning room, I think. Which means I might be able to find stuff. She's at a terminal. Alright. Oh, gem. Yeah, it's the same picture, just 11:28. Is there any difference? No. Okay. Yeah, print notes. HS requested yet another print of her ladyship, I assume. Anything? Any small thing? No. No. Okay. What's over there? Nothing. Nothing. Anything? Nothing. Yeah, again, I have no idea what's in this puzzle. Yeah, just whatever. What's over there? Okay. Can't figure that out. Seems like the same model. Oh, what's this? Green memos found in Hartley's rooms are always false. Okay. If I find a green memo, it's always going to be false. Specifically in that room. Okay. Alright. Let's roll this before it actually goes dark, because that's going to suck. I could draft another bedroom. Nursery. Whenever you draft a bedroom, gain 5 steps. I'm gonna make another bedroom, because why not? But first, let's launder. Let's launder money. We could drink bleach. Okay. Anything in here specifically? Alright, so I got three coins. Spin cycle. Swap gems for keys. Exchange all your keys with all your gems. Switch all your keys with all your money. Nah. Let's see. Money for gems. I don't even have enough money. Money for keys, or gems for keys. Okay, it's the same thing. Oh yeah, this is a vent, which means I gotta actually get the boiler room. That sucks. Anything inside? No. Nope. Okay. Whatever. Let's go. Inside the bedroom, we get 2 things. Alright. Nothing in here. Ah, I don't have keys. Oh, that fillets. Shit. Okay. I guess we're going all the way back to the chapel. Let's see, anything here? Nothing specific. Yeah, well. Oh yeah, because I'm sheltered from the dark room, it won't turn off. Okay. Nook. Alright. Shelter from the chapel. I think that was my last one. Nothing in the chairs. Nothing in that. Okay. 2 things I can go. Oh, sweet. There's some money. Nice. Okay, let's see. Security's here. Dang. The parlor's this way. So, let's make a parlor. It would have been a better idea to make a security room, but I didn't want to make a dead end. Alright. What's the parlor game now? The gems in this box are... The gems are in a box that is actually blue. Blank. The gems are in a box with the word blue in it. What? Hi Prim, how's it going? Yeah, I'm doing good. Just playing blueprints. The gems are in a box with the word blue on it. This has nothing on it. The gems are in a box that is actually blue. So, one of them's true, one of them's false. The gems are in a box that with the word blue on it. So, with the way this parlor game works, 2 of them are false, one of them's true. This has nothing, it's blank. Meanwhile, this has gems are in a box that's actually blue. The actual blue box, gems are in a box with the word blue on it. But this box is both blue and the word blue is on it. Honestly, yeah, this would be it. Shit. That flates. I should have opened the... I should have opened it. Alright, got an aquarium. That's good. Okay. Aquarium is every color of the room. Nice. So yeah, we're gonna do an aquarium. I'm doing pretty good. Just enjoying some blueprints. Oh wait, the shelter also counts as a red room? That's stupid. But I unlocked the bedroom, so I'm pretty happy with that. Alright, something looks like the archives. Something was at work with that. Also, there's a dirt pile here. Ah, key. Good, good. Alright, can I go this way? Don't have gems to do this, which sucks. Man, I wish I had more gems. But more steps is always good. Alright. Okay. Okay. Storeroom, library. You know what? Sat it. Let's look at the library. Discommon less common chore tasks when drafting the library. Alrighty then. Really cool. Additional reading. The house directory is a great resource for information. If you wish to read more about a specific room in the house, press R in the directory. Alright, nothing specific. Though, 2 stories of wall-to-wall books surrounded the reader in this room, exhibiting either a bountiful spring of knowledge or typical interior design sensibilities of the wealthy. A few books have been withdrawn from the shelves and placed on the rostrum stands in various corners of the library. Okay. I also hear that reading the room descriptions can also like lead to hints. Also, it's gonna be a while since I unlock it. Doors lining the wall are always locked. Corridor. Long hall that either had been one of your uncle's most frequently traveled rooms. Consequently, also left strict instruction with the house that the doors of this corridor never be under any circumstances locked. So this is common. You'll always this hallway is always going to be unlocked. Am I doing ASIN next year? It's entirely possible. Yeah, I might be doing. I might be going to ASIN next year if they're registering right now. Because I was skipping a year doing conventions, and I wanted to like save up some cash before I did that. And thanks for Patrick. Thanks for stopping by the stream. I'll see you later. I'm kind of flip-flopping between Twitch and YouTube a bit. Long cramped series of unfinished hallways used primarily for service staff to traverse the estates quickly. Yeah, I'm it's kind of one of those things where I do plan on doing more conventions next year. It's just this year I'm being lighter on cons because I want to save a bit of cash when it comes to doing a lot of these conventions. Also blank. So 2 blank books. That's probably important. Yeah. All right. I'll see you later. Yeah. Oh, yes. Molly Holly book request form. Library use only. Books and periodicals will be pulled and available next time draft in the library. Let's see. Sightseer's Guide to Reddington, Swimbird, The Thick Stars, History of Orlando, the Pump System User Manual, Drafting Digest. The above signee is responsible for all materials checked out using this form. Understands new requests cannot be made on days in which a previously requested book or periodical has been taken. And number 124. Yeah, see you later. Yeah, let's just do that. All right. So I rent Swimbird, or not Swimbird, but drafting strategies. Go up the library, pick things up. Mont Holly records, temporal record, total time, total days, steps taken, draft records. Total rooms drafted, beds drafted, hallways drafted, green room drafted, red rooms drafted. Okay, so it's just your stats. Nothing specific. Parlor solved, 7 discovery records, upgrade this. Red letters 3. Nothing I can do to get into this. Mount Holly scrapbook. Anything interesting there? All right. And my first claim ticket. First item checked, magnifying glass. Oh, snap. It just knows everything you've got. Does it reveal the password? No. November 5th, Baron of Mount Holly names nephew provisional heir. And my favorite floor pans. Oh, laboratory. Can't seem to ever pass it up. Yeah, because the laboratory is just that good. My most drafted den, bedroom, nook. That's because it's the most common, most paid for. The passageway. Well, yeah, the passageway is damn good. Most time spent in security, laboratory, parlor. No shit. Contraptions I've made. Metal detector, 10 gold, paid in full. Largest purchase, contraptions I've made. And then there's so much I haven't done. Yeah, let's see. A lot of stuff there. Maybe one day. Most avoided floor pans. Locksmith, patio, rotunda. The locksmith is so expensive, honestly. Okay, so there's nothing else there. So yeah, I mean, this is mostly just a giant record book of everything that you've done. Okay. So nothing else here. And just get going. Alright, so we'll just use a key here. And of course I don't have any gems. The archives, motherfucker. I hate the archives so much. But I get a conference room, which is better. Yeah, I think that's incorrect. Let's see. Nothing new. No new items. Okay. Chamber of Mirrors. You can now draft second copies of rooms you already have in your house. Really cool. What sucks is that not all 4 of the things are there, which actually really sucks. But I've never drawn Chamber of Mirrors before. Billiard room. Alright. Anything here? No car keys, no nothing. Alright. Let's do some math. Alright, 12. 18 minus 4 is 14, if I remember right. All right, 1 times 17, that's 7. All right. 20, I think, divided by 5 is 4. All right, I gotta remember order of operations with this. So I think like 17. So it's like 17 minus 2. Yeah, I need a calculator. Let me summon the calculator. Let's see, PEMDAS. Let's see, PEMDAS. Key. Yeah, order operation PEMDAS. So, shit, parentheses. Blah, I forget the term for this. Heyo, Ann Evans, how's it going? Welcome to the Master Fran Art Stream. I am struggling with math. Let's see, 17 minus 2. And I think it's times 20 divided by 10. That's 30. Wait. Nut shit. Okay, I did it wrong. The thing is like 17. Oh, it's 17 minus 15. Okay. 17 minus 15. 17 minus 15 times 20 divided by 10 is 4. Yes. Oh, I can't believe I got that. All right. I mean, I used a calculator, but I can't believe I had the right order. Okay, good. All right. I'm getting closer. This run's getting better. All right. Security's there. I don't have a gems, motherfucker. Oh, and I don't have bedrooms. Oh, this is not. This sucks. I can't get more gems. I can do that. There it's. Yep, we're using a key. Planetarium. If you call it a day, the planetarium gain 2. But that's a dead end. No. No. You may draft any floor plan. Oh, you know what? Let's do the drawing room. At least I'll get a gem, you know? So I solved this I solved the cage earlier. Come on, give me an antechamber. Okay. Alright, so I got the pool. And I can't get to the antechamber. Well, things are now just more complicated. Alright, so I need to figure out a way to open the antechamber. I need to open it to the right. And I have no laboratories. Lovely. Boudoir. Get the gem. Add more gems. Oh yeah, I solved this. All right, we're gonna keep on going. Nope, we need to. Oh no. Fuck. Damn it. I am so close and yet. Motherfucker. You know what? Let's do a sauna. This sucks, but at least I'll get 12 sets in the next run. Ooh, a deposit box key. That's cool. In the safe deposit box. So that means I'd have to figure out. Oh yeah, wasn't there a don't I have an office or something? Oh yeah, I didn't. I don't have the office. Shelter. Vault key. Unlocks box 223. Huh. So I don't know where that box is. I don't remember if I drew it, but we have 50 steps, so let's hope that... Yep. Let's go. Because we need to figure out how on earth to open the antechamber. Alright, library. Okay, aquarium. Alright, parlor and the chapel still aren't done, so... Can't do this. I can't fucking do this, man. Whenever you enter the gymnasium, lose 2 steps. Fuck. I hate this so much. And I don't have keys. Alright, West Wing Hall. I don't like that there's nothing there, but whatever. Alright. Anything. Yes, we got a pump room. Nice. Yeah, I'll do a pump room. And we'll just open this dead end. And we'll just put a dead end there because the observatory is here. Oh. Really cool. Okay, star schedule. Now, all the constellations are by Mount Holly. North Star, Twin, Slice, Diamonds, Mall. So I'm up to here. So, for access to dead. So I need more stars if I want to get away from it. Other notable night skies. First appearance of Diamond as Major and Major in the same sky. 7 different constellations are the same night. New constellation spotted. So if I have more than 50 stars, I can rock this some more. Alright. Gain 2 stars. Alright. I can go deal with the, I can attempt the observatory and see what's in there. And if I can't find a key in there, I guess I'll just fiddle with the pump room until I run out of steps and just call it a day. Yep, I'll just do that. It sucks, but I gotta deal with it. Alright. 10 corridor. Okay. Alright, because, yeah, this kind of just sucks with that. But yeah, hopefully... Oh, it rotates. Okay, cool. Alright. I guess morning room's okay. Tomorrow you start with 2 gems. That's okay. This is super okay, bro. And I don't have a sledgehammer. Lovely. This is just lovely. Alright, blue hours of morning. Passed away. Or follow. Anything. Nothing. is what it is with that. Nothing. Alright, let's get another dead end, and if not, I mean, we're fucked. This actually kind of sucks. I have not drafted a new bedroom. And no keys. You know what? I'm past rank 8, which means there is a meal. Aha! Alright. Since I'm never gonna have a furnace because I already freaking dead-ended literally everything. I'm just going to fiddle with the pump room. Everything's just completely dead-end unless I get a new key. Let's see, I got 10 coins. I could head to the laundry room and try to convert something to a key. How much was it to convert something to a key? Okay, nothing new, so let's just go. Yeah, without anything. I don't have a sledgehammer, nothing. Let's see. Corridor Gen Commissary. I can try to buy something. If I remember right. Now, I don't think there was a sledgehammer for sale at the commissary. Yeah, let's try to buy some stuff from the commissary just to see. Because if there's anything that we can buy at the commissary, maybe that could help. Yes, sledgehammer. How much is sledgehammer? $8. Good. Alright. So we're going to use that sledgehammer, get the box in the morning room, and perhaps we'll be able to get something that'll at least help us not freaking just go nowhere. Alright? Money. Weak sauce. Shit. I'm so close, you know? Yeah, let's buy the sleeping mask because we'll just have everything. Even though I'm probably gonna put my stuff in the observatory because I'd like to have more stars. Yeah, first time you enter each bedroom with a sleeping mask, gain 5. It's first time. Well, this is actually kind of useless. Unless the gym has a commissary. But there's a laundry room. Let's do it. Alright, can I convert anything to keys? Okay. All your keys with all your gems. All your money with all your things. All your gems with all your money. Alright, so I got more gems. Convert my gems to keys. Shit. Fuck. My only hope, and it's now just dashed. No money. Nothing else to do now, but I guess nothing else to do now, but I guess do some pump room stuff. Let's see. we're gonna head to the pump. Cause I'm out of fucking steps, bro. Shit. I could go to the gym, or I could go back to the West Wing Hall, avoid it, and waste more steps. Right, there's no way to get there without going to the gym, which sucks. Oh, guess we're dealing with the pump room then. Alright. So the fountain... Let's see. Pool's open. So things that I could do. I could drain the fountain, I can drain the pool. I could try to put stuff in the reserve tank. So this tank's full. This tank's full. Alright. Alright. This goes here, which is 3. Oh. You go to the kitchen. Drain the kitchen. Yeah, this is right now. Tank 1 goes to pump 1. 3 and 5. Okay. 3 and 5. 3, 5. So I need you pumped out. Tank 1, 4 units. Move this to pump 2. Okay. Will this move this here? Not sure. That's worth a shot. This will go to pump 1 and 2, which is the reservoir and the fountain. Alright, so we're gonna refill the fountain. So you're empty. We're going to try to empty this into the reservoir. Alright. Okay. So you're already filled up. Empty. Okay. So what do I need to do next? Reservoir is full. Greenhouse is full. Pool's full. Where does this go? Oh wait, this is a vent. Ah, damn it. Does that mean I have to have the boiler room working to get this? Ah, shit. This looks like it has a hole in this. You know what? Let's try to empty the pool as much as we can. Alright, so you're here. This is back here. Alright, pump 4. Alright. So if I'm right, this should fill the tank out. You emptying? No. Yeah, it should go to pump 4 somewhere, right? Because yeah, 6 to 4 goes to tank 1. It should work. That ain't working. Okay. Anything? No. Maybe if I go up? Alright, let's try it. Alright, it's working. At least we can do things. Alright. And now we can flip this. And you can drain the pool some more. Oh wait, I have to drain this in order to get to this. Shoot. Yeah. So there's no real way to like move pump 2 to pump 1. Let's see. Tank 1 goes here and tank 3. Kitchen and greenhouse. 5 to 5. I might be able to at least move some stuff to the greenhouse. Alright. So we're going to the greenhouse. And now, I need to figure out how I can get some more stuff to the fountain. So, fountain's numero 10. Fountain's number 1. So if I drain this, that will go to here. Okay. Pump control panel, nothing there. How do I frickin' get the reserve tank working? Yeah, well. Okay. That ain't working. Alright, that's full. Alright. Good, good, good. I think I can now just empty the pool then. Because I believe, yes, this is empty, which means I can just empty the pool now. Alright, I think the pool's empty, which means I can get over there and actually see if there's any treasure chests. Shit, there's still water left. No. There's really no way I can transition this. Nothing I can press can really empty the pool. This sucks. I can attempt to go see if the pool's empty. All the things are full. This sucks. If only I could figure out how to transfer this to this, because that would be ideal. Or at least have access to this. Yeah, well. 16 steps, there's nothing else I can do. I have no idea what I'm gonna do. Yeah, well. Sod it. I think I'll just call this run off. Because I completely fumbled this run. Yeah, well. Yeah, well. This kind of like, nah, this kind of sucks. But I did my best. I did my best. I actually got near the antechamber. I just need to open it. Kind of sucks though, but you know, what am I gonna do? I just made some bad rolls. Yeah, well. That's how that goes. That's blueprints for you. It's 10 o'clock right now, which means I just need to sleep. Anyway, I mean, this has been pretty alright. I've kind of just been doing whatever where it goes. Next week, I'm going to stream just on Wednesday. I don't think I plan to stream anymore on, yeah, probably, I might stream Wednesday or Friday. You know, I still have UFO 50 I want to play, but there's a whole bunch of other stuff that I want to tackle. Anyway, I will see you all next time. I'll see if there's anyone you can raid, and you can always just hit that up. And yeah, you know, I'm still doing art, still doing stuff, and still doing writing. I'd say next week, if I don't do enough work on this commission, I guess I'll continue on it. Or I'll continue on working on some drawing stuff. But yeah, other than that, you know, thanks for stopping by the stream. Thank you everyone for kind of just watching me meander and figure things out. And yeah, I will see you all next week. Have a good night.